All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us in our last City Council meeting of the year. I now call the regular City Council meeting of December 5th, 2023 to order. Our first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able and willing, please stand for the pledge.
And to the United States of America, and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and moving down to item number 2 of the agenda is our land acknowledgement, which reads, before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. That brings us now to item number 3 of the agenda, which is roll call and City Clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, if you will.
Thank you. Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Tave, I will note for the record, has not yet arrived. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Sassai.
Here.
Interim City Manager Gang.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, December 1st at 3 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments that were received in advance of the meeting have been posted online, distributed to staff and council, and made available at the back of the chambers for the public. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to our closed session, and we do have 2 items on our closed session this evening. The first is item 4A, conference with labor negotiators. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, the agency designated representatives are Interim City Manager Neil Gang, City Attorney Eric Casher, Human Resources Director Stacy Shell, and Greg Ramirez from IEDA. The employee organizations are Pinole Police Employees Association and AFSCME Local 1. Item 4B is a conference with labor negotiators. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, the agency designated representatives are Greg Ramirez from IEDA, and the employee organization is the Management Compensation Plan. And I'll ask the city clerk if there's any public comments on these items.
No, there are no public comments.
All right, thank you so much. In that case, we will now convene to a closed session and should return back to open session by 6 p.m. Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Welcome back to our City Council meeting. For today, I'm Mayor Devin T. Murphy, and we are now reconvening from our closed session to our regular meeting for the Pinole City Council. This closed session, we have no reportable action, and we will continue on with our items for the agenda this evening, which means item number 6 is our citizens to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers this evening?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is Chris Palomo, followed by Ann Moriarty and Rafael Menes.
All right. And Madam City Clerk, do you just mind reading the rules for the public comment for us, please?
Yes, I will. Citizens may speak under any item not listed on the agenda. The time limit is 3 minutes and is subject to modification by the mayor. Individuals may not share or offer time to another speaker. Pursuant to provisions of the Brown Act, no action may be taken on a matter unless it is listed on the agenda or certain emergency or special circumstances exist. The City Council may direct staff to investigate and/or schedule certain matters for consideration at a future council meeting. Please see the cover sheet of the agenda for instructions on how to submit public comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who's our first speaker?
Oh, he may have left. Is Chris Palomo here?
He's actually online, so we can take him after the in-person.
All right,
Thank you. So Ann Moriarty.
There we go. Good evening, council, staff, and community. My name is Ann Moriarty, and I represent the Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed. And as we finish up 2023 and move into 2024, we want to highlight and thank, in particular, 3 council members. First, Norma Martinez-Rubin. When she was acting mayor, she introduced a project to our community group. She participated wholeheartedly as a private citizen in the development and implementation of the trash assessment project, which led to new energy and renewed community focus on Pinole Creek. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Yeah, we can give her a and second, our current mayor, Devin Murphy, has stepped up to prioritize a greener Pinole, including green infrastructure and a commitment to parks. This commitment will undoubtedly have a positive effect on Pinole Creek. Thank you, Mayor Murphy. And finally, we welcome our incoming Mayor, Maureen Toms. Mayor Pro Tem Toms has used her experience, her expertise, and her county and professional connections to make a big difference in the watershed. And so we thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, soon to be Mayor Toms. Thank you. So in highlighting these council members, we highlight mutual priorities. Mutual priorities which we can all agree on. And these include the value of Pinole Creek and its watershed to our community. So we look forward to working with the entire council as we come together over shared values and priorities. Thank you.
Rafael Menes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have 2 topics I'd like to discuss tonight. First off, I'd like to remind everyone, if you haven't already, that there are vaccinations available for flu, the COVID virus, and RSV. And depending on your age group, you should get either 2 or all 3 of those. Might be uncomfortable for a couple days afterwards, but that's far better than, being hospitalized or worse. COVID is still out there, even though we're no longer in the active pandemic phase, and it can still cause significant harm. And the latest vaccine has significantly improved efficacy against the more recent variants, which older levels of the vaccine didn't necessarily due to its bivalent nature. The second topic I'd like to discuss is decorum. At our last council meeting, in particular during the discussions involving the mayoral rotation, there were several statements made by council members and by members of the public that I felt didn't really befit the sort of decorum and sense of comity that I think we all strive to have in these chambers. So first, through the mayor to Councilmember Martinez-Ruman, I would like to request that you withdraw your statement that, and I'm not sure of the exact wording for this because unfortunately I wasn't able to get Granicus to load this, but that people voted for Mayor Murphy because they thought he was of Irish descent. I don't think there's a valid basis to assume that he's not, and I think that it reflects poorly on you and on the council to be making that sort of assertion. I assume that you're acting in good intent and that you don't mean anything malicious by the statement, but I feel that it would benefit the council and the community for that statement to be formally withdrawn. And secondly, I don't think that, shouting at council members and calling them losers is helpful for decorum either. I would suggest that that not occur in the future, because it's not just the council members and the mayor and staff that determine the decorum of the chambers. It's also us as the audience, both while we're speaking and while we're just within the chambers. And I think that we can and should work together to act in a spirit of comity and goodwill in the spirit of the holidays. And with that, I wish you all happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments in person?
No, there are no more public comments in person, but we can take Chris Palomo online.
Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Palomo, and I'm a field rep with the NorCal Carpenters Union at a local 152 in Martinez and covering all of Contra Costa County. I'd first like to thank you guys for allowing me to speak tonight. I'd like to talk to you guys about something that's very important to me and many of your constituents and blue-collar workers that live in the city of Pinole, and that is labor standards. It is crucial that we elevate labor standards and ensure fairness for all workers involved in the building of the city of Pinole. I will focus on three important topics: livable wages, access to health care, and the implementation of a joint apprenticeship program. First and foremost, it is time we demand fair compensation for hard-working individuals who construct and shape this city. Developers and contractors must be held accountable for paying a livable wage to their employees. No worker should have to struggle to make ends meet, especially in a city that prides itself on progress and prosperity. By setting and enforcing wage standards that reflect the cost of living, we can ensure that our workers have the financial stability that they deserve. Furthermore, access to health care should not be a luxury reserved for a fortunate few. Developers and contractors must be obligated to provide comprehensive health coverage to their employees. The physical well-being of our workers directly impacts their productivity, morale, and overall quality of life. By guaranteeing health care benefits, we not only prioritize the welfare of our workforce, but also strengthen the entire community's health and resilience. Lastly, we must emphasize the importance of skill development and fostering a highly skilled workforce. A joint apprenticeship program which brings together industry experts and aspiring workers is a powerful tool in achieving this goal. By implementing such a program, developers and contractors can ensure that individuals entering the industry receive the necessary training and guidance. This apprenticeship program will not only provide valuable hands-on experience, but also open doors to long-term career opportunities. In conclusion, by elevating labor standards, ensuring livable wages, providing health care, and implementing a joint apprenticeship program will lead to a more equitable and prosperous city. Not only will workers thrive, but the entire community will reap the benefits. When we prioritize fairness and accountability, we set a strong foundation for future growth and success in the city of Pinole. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much. We'll close the first section of public comment until the second section at the end of the meeting. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is reports and communications. I will start with my mayor's report. Good evening, everyone, and happy holidays. I'm always glad to see folks in the chambers, and thank you for those who are watching. My first report is around the work we're doing with MCE, Clean Energy. I spoke before about the aggressive both outreach and also activity we've been doing really to bring in more funding for our customers, our residents in MCE. At this point, at the last update I gave, I made an update about $7.5 million coming in from the state and federal government through our grant writing and research activities. I'm really happy to report that recently this past month, we actually received a grant of $168 million from the California Public Utilities Commission. This grant is going to be used to ensure that our residents have access for funding for all electric upgrades and retrofitting your homes. This is a big deal. MCE has received one of the largest amounts of money from the California Public Utilities Commission, and this money can be used for Pinole residents to leverage as we think about, again, upgrading our homes and especially making our homes safer for our families. We've recently talked a little bit about again our grant making activities with MCE, and of course in the city of Pinole we've also hired our own grant maker, and again these are used. The importance of this moment is that we are leveraging these grants again to support our families in Pinole, but also to accelerate the switch to electric buildings and cleaner homes, as well as clean energy and electric vehicles for our communities. In addition, we have really been proud that $1 million from the U.S. Department of Energy will be coming straight to our communities as well. And we'll be working with residents in over 30 community-based organizations over the next year to who will be invited to provide input about where things like electric vehicle charging go, micro mobility options like car sharing, e-bikes, and scooters for all residents. And so please continue to take a look. I'll, of course, be still updating everyone as a council member about our activities within MCE. And we're really excited, again, to support our residents in making sure that some of our energy efficiency programs, as well as our outreach to our community groups are prioritized. Last but not least, I just wanted to share some excitement that our next door neighbor, the city of Hercules, has actually been voted in to become a member of MCE, which is really incredible. That means that we're growing, but that also means that the movement, again, around clean energy and renewable energy is growing as well. Hercules last meeting was voted to become a member and will officially be fully onboarded by 2025. That makes it easier to work with our sister city next door and definitely deserves a round of applause for them to, because it takes a lot of work for them to do that. So shout out to Hercules for sure. Last meeting, I talked a little bit about my attendance at I told folks that I'd be attending the National League of Cities conference. Oftentimes we talk as council members about the California League of Cities, which is the organization that really brings cities in California together to advocate on behalf of different issues, from energy efficiency to housing, community development, of course, taxes. And the National League of Cities is very similar to that, although it brings a number of small towns together across the nation to work on very similar issues. I had a whirlwind of a time learning, bringing back resources for our community at the National League of Cities Summit in Atlanta, Georgia last month. The first thing I want to talk about is joining the Mayor's Task Force for Education. Through the National League of Cities, there's a Mayor's Task Force for Education, and we came together at the summit really to talk about our city and school partnerships. Many of you know, and I oftentimes get questioned about what the city council is doing about schools. Well, we also have a school board, and so I oftentimes unusually tell people that we have to work with our school board to make change in our schools, right? But I have done a lot this year and in my past 2 years on council to really try to mend that partnership. And one of the really exciting initiatives that the Mayor's Task Force for Education is doing is really pushing more tours from our schools, which is something I really pride myself in doing, is just touring our schools in Pinole. But we are setting more of a standard across the nation at this point in terms of developing a model where mayors actually go to their schools, especially if they're not governing their schools, talk to the principals, talk to the teachers, talk to the students about how to improve. And so we're creating some type of program and partnership to develop that model across all of the nation and supporting small cities in doing that. That being said, I'll be meeting with the superintendent of West Contra Costa Unified pretty soon about how to support that program, because Superintendent Hurst has been so supportive in making that happen right here in Pinole. And I also wanted to, in that same regard, invite both the council and as well as city staff, if you haven't already seen, this Friday is our first, what will be a first annual city schools tour. So if you are interested, you can join the superintendent as well as the school board in touring schools across West Contra Costa County. So not just in Pinole, but also in El Cerrito, Richmond, San Pablo, and Hercules. And so, yeah, it's just a really exciting time as we think about, again, how the ways in which cities and school districts partner together is a huge pillar of the National League of Cities. And I'm really excited to join that mayor's task force to continue that work and grow it. The second thing that came from the conference was around what is the local infrastructure hub that National League of Cities builds out. So at this point, the organization has developed a model to help small cities like ours. Over 400 cities of the 600 cities in the local infrastructure hub have been able to garner tax incentives, but also grant dollars in order to provide more safe streets for their cities. And also it's a great learning hub for folks like us as council, as well as city staff to take advantage of. It's a really, really great model, something that I saw that was different from California League of Cities in the sense of being able to talk about our safe streets and our schools, but also thinking about ways that we can, again, bring and leverage different grants at the national level back to the city. So looking forward, again, to sharing more information about that in the next couple of weeks as I request of our council for a future agenda item for membership of the National League of Cities. So again, wonderful conference, a great, great way for us to, again, bring critical resources, both money, but also people and technical assistance back to our city, and looking forward to bringing that back to council for future discussion. And then lastly, in a fun way, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our holiday shenanigans over the weekend. Many of you probably attended our holiday tree lighting, so I just want to again thank our staff, Maria Picasso, as well as our community services director, Jeremy Rogers, our community services department, our PTA presidents and our PTAs, as well as the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce for the successful holiday tree lighting we had on Saturday. Great turnout. Thank you to council members for turning out as well and doing the countdown with me. Really, really fun Saturday and a way to, again, bring back vibrancy to our community. And again, also want to shout out the St. Joseph's school community for a wonderful breakfast with Santa. If you don't know, St. Joseph's has a wonderful event on Sunday, the first Sunday of the month of December, and it was a great way to just, again, celebrate the holiday season, see Santa, take pictures with him, and then also brought together a lot of our vendors and businesses in our community to support too. So just want to shout out to St. Joseph's community and their PTA for hosting that event and allowing me to join. And again, one of my favorite things to do is judge gingerbread, the gingerbread houses, which was an amazing thing. So just want to shout out to you all for a wonderful t-shirt as I volunteered, and thank you. I'm just so moved, and it's always great to have this holiday season and celebrate in our community because we have so many great events. So that concludes my mayor's report, and looking forward to talking more. So I'll bring us to our next item on the agenda, which is not 7B because we don't have any council appointments, so we have city council reports. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Good evening. I'll start with the WestCat meeting that we had in November, and just a note for folks that use the Hercules Transit Center that they're going to be changing how you pay for parking. It's going to be all through your phone, and there is signage that tells you how to do that, so keep an eye out for that. WestCat is still working on a formal agreement between WestCat and MVE Transportation, which is their drivers and maintenance folks. We did have some discussion about budget reserves, and then we're going to be moving our
meetings to 6 p.m. start time in 2024. On November 14th, I attended the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day with Ellerhorst and got comments from the principal, who encouraged me to encourage the rest of the council members and staff, if they're available, to join them in 2024. It's really a moving event. I am an alternate on the ABAG Executive Board, and we had a meeting in November where we approved priority development areas throughout the Bay Area. So that was interesting to see how other cities and unincorporated areas in the 9 Bay Area community are going to be addressing their requirements to provide housing. I was also the alternate for the MCE board meeting in November, and Mayor mentioned that there was an approval for Hercules to join MCE. And I would also note that we received a presentation on the assistance that's available to MCE customers. If you're having trouble paying your bills, there is assistance available through 10 different programs. And since the pandemic, MCE has provided $54 million in assistance to their customers. Lastly, I want to echo the great work of staff and community participants in putting together the holiday tree lighting. Our maintenance crews were out decorating San Pablo Avenue, the whole week. So a big shout out to those crews and our community services group. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. We'll go to Councilmember Tave.
Just want to echo I was there on Saturday. It was a great event. The kids loved it. So hopefully next year we can grow the crowd a little bit more. And I just want to give a shout out to the Public Works group. Downtown just keeps getting more and more festive. So when you get a second, I just want to encourage everybody to go down there and experience it. And just thanks again to the Public Works crew. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. We'll go to Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. November 16th and 17th, I had the privilege of being part of the National Association of Latino Elected Officials Conference held in Newport Beach. It was an institute focused specifically on health and health among Latino communities. But as we know that focus on health really applies to focus on all communities. And what's good for one in particular is really good for all. So the kinds of things that were discussed, and there were about 45 of us from across the country who spoke about social determinants of health, which is parlance in public health, and which refers to more than just clinical or biological contributors to health conditions. It's about where we live, what we eat, what access we have to the healthcare system. It's about how government allots its funding to support systems that have to do with community engagement and environmental health. It's about the economic stability of a city and therefore its residents. And as well, education and access to it. So all of that, along with the very important aspect for elected officials, is how to talk, what to say, what to do, what to talk about when it comes to governance and using government policy as levers to improve overall public health among communities. So it was greatly informative and a great review and an opportunity for me to meet colleagues and also to share what has happened here in Contra Costa County, Pinole being one of the cities that has contributed to the current effort that the County of Contra Costa has with regard to addressing mental health that combines not only the County Health Department, but cities as well as nonprofits. So it's a review of working together across sectors, public, private, and nonprofit, and also being able to support colleagues in a way that allowed us to communicate freely without a sense of competition, but really a sense of unison about our interests in trying to address those social determinants of health. It was an effort that was funded by Amazon, Kaiser Permanente, and the Gates Foundation. So none of our tax dollars involved in supporting the 45 of us who got to participate and planned to identify projects that we will carry out in the next 3 years. Additional to that, for all of you, my best wishes for a healthy and safe holiday season, and as well a healthy and safe 2024. Happy New Year, happy holidays.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. We'll go to Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. I'm going to go down the list here right now. November 9, I was happy to attend the WestCat Board of Directors meeting. Vice Mayor Tom summed it up pretty well on the agenda. So I won't repeat that, but I want to give a special thank you to Becky Monroe from the California Civil Rights Department. She presented on behalf of California vs. Hate Initiative not once, but twice here in Pinole in a matter of a week, both to the City Council and the WestCat Board of Directors. And so very thankful for the time that she took and her team to present about that initiative, but also thank you to my colleagues in the City Council and also the WestCat Board of Directors for taking action and allocating resources to actually expanding the state resources that they have to prevent hate crime and to have a portal for folks to report hate crime as well here in the city of Pinole and around our West County region. I was also happy to attend the MAC Permanent Beauty Grand Opening on November 11, so thank you, Mayor Murphy, for the invitation to that. It is a great family-owned, Filipino-owned business right here in downtown Pinole. Their location is actually right there by Fernandez Park, so I invite you all, if you're interested, please visit them, support them. We've got to support small businesses here in Pinole. I also attended the Board of Supervisors Luncheon in Pleasant Hill, hosted by the Industrial Association of Contra Costa County. All 5 of the supervisors in Contra Costa were present, so it was a public meeting, but it was really great to hear from each one of them, give them updates on what is happening in their district, and also want to thank Supervisor Joya for shouting out Pinole and our reopening of fire station here in Pinole Valley. Lastly, was very happy to attend the holiday tree lighting. Staff said this, the public said this, but we were just so shocked about the reception and the turnout. It was one of the biggest we've had thus far, and so thank you to all the staff involved who planned that, PCTV as well. I look forward to the next one, so happy holidays. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to the council members. I'll ask if we have any public comments on items 7A through 7C yet.
We do have one online.
Okay.
Cordell Hindler.
If I know Mr. Hendler well, it may be on 7D, but we'll wait for him.
Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? I guess we can.
All right, then we'll go to 7D, which is our council request for future agenda items. Mayor Pro Tem Toms first.
Yes, it perhaps doesn't need to be an agenda item, but some communication back to council, and that is a projection of the quarterly reports that we get from different departments. It would be good to have sort of a calendar, an outlook calendar of those meetings.
Okay. And I think that'll come in the forecast, so we won't vote on that one. Other items, Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Tave.
No items.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
None tonight?
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes, I have 2. The first is a request for a future agenda item for a staff-level presentation on the city's ability to place restrictions on the size and weight of vehicles traveling on the San Pablo Avenue corridor in the city of Pinole.
Okay, is there a second to that item to be on a future agenda? All right, I'll second that. Any discussion about the item? All right, City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sasai, any other items for future agendas?
Yes, last one will be a request for a future agenda item for discussion on initiating a regional feasibility study in partnership with CCTA and neighboring cities for a dynamic personal microtransit project in the city of Pinole and other areas in West Contra Costa County.
All right, is there a second to that?
Second.
All right, there's a second. Any questions about the motion? City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Councilmember Sasai, any other items for future agendas?
That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do have 3 items for a future agenda. The first is to request a proclamation for the 50th anniversary of service of Fiat Music in our community. It's 50 years they've been serving Pinole. I'd love to support them at our next future council meeting.
Happy to second.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Madam City Clerk.
Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
All right, the second motion is to have consideration of membership confirmation and a budget appropriation for the National League of Cities.
A second.
Thank you. Is there any questions about the motion? All right, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And the third is to request a discussion about the creation of an ad hoc committee for interdepartmental grant research, writing, and management.
Second that.
All right. Any questions about the motion?
Yes. Question. Interdepartmental, so that's more than, it's just among staff? Or are you considering inclusion of council members in that ad hoc committee?
I'd be happy to discuss that at the, that's the open conversation I would love to discuss.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Madam City Clerk.
Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. That concludes my agenda items. Any other agenda items from council members?
Yes, if I may?
Yep.
Thank you. You reminded me of anniversaries. 2024 will be the 50th year anniversary of the Pinole Historical Society. And given the work that they do to maintain history alive and also recorded in multiple different ways, I'd like the city to issue a proclamation recognizing what they have achieved in the past 50 years.
All right. Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
All right. Thank you. Any questions about the motion? All right. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. I'll ask the city clerk if we have any public speakers for this item.
No, there are no public comments.
Thank you. That means we'll go to 7E, our city manager's report. Mr. Kane, good evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. A couple of items to report out today. I know a lot of us have been waiting on the emergency operation plan. A little update on that. In support of the police department's 2023 goals and created an upgraded City of Pinole Emergency Operations Plan, commonly known as the EOP. The police department reviewed several proposals for emergency planning consultants and have contracted with Carstay Consulting. And they're going to begin the review and development process of updating the city's EOP, which has been a long-awaited and anticipated program. The consultant will work with the city departments in coordination with the police department to revise and finalize the plan. And then anticipated completion of this plan will be March of 2024. And once completed, the consultant will facilitate an orientation workshop, as well as trainings, and then a tabletop exercise. So we're excited about this and excited about the work that the police department is going to be doing with this, and I look forward to bringing this forward to the council and also to the community. Very important project for us. The next item is the roadway maintenance report, which we promised to give monthly. Obviously, people have seen that Public Works is out there with some high priorities. They've been tasked lately with installation of the tree. If we went downtown, certainly decorating downtown in the festive mode that it's in preparation of the holiday season. But they still filled 10 potholes during that time. And then Public Works is working diligently with our electrical vendor to resolve wiring issues for the streetlights near PVR and Sprouts and Kaiser area, as well as Pinole Valley Road at the Mod Pizza area location, and then San Pablo Avenue at the 880 San Pablo Avenue. So they've been working on that. As well as they completed a couple of crack seals during this month as well. They worked to seal and rehabilitate the intersection at Marlesta and Appian Way prior to the contractor slurry sealing the intersection, as well as they did the entire parking lot at Bayfront Park. So that's the roadway maintenance report that we've promised to you. The only other item I have is the City Hall closure. Just a reminder that December 25th and January 1st, in observation of Christmas and New Year's Day, and City Hall offices will be closed to the public from the 26th through December 30th, and then we'll reopen again on Tuesday, January 2nd. We've notified all the employees, posted this information on the website, as well as the pulse that we put out, as well as social media. And we will also have signs posted at City Hall just to reconfirm those days that we'll be out. And then the last thing is just the tree lighting ceremony. I won't spend a whole lot of time on that. Just a great job in collaboration with all city departments. And it was just a great event and really showed how the community's coming back and the importance of vibrance for our city. So super excited about the work that was done. I just have to say that I thank and appreciate all the staff members that were here on their day, on that Saturday, to make sure they delivered a great event to the community. So a great event. So that would conclude my report.
All right. Thank you, Interim City Manager Gang. The next and last on reports is City Attorney's report. City Attorney Casher, good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. Nothing to report. Just want to wish everyone a safe and happy holidays.
All right. Brief, thank you. That brings us back to our city clerk to ask if there's public comments on items 7E or 7F.
No, Mayor, there are no public comments.
All right, thank you. Bringing us to item number 8, recognitions, presentations, and community events. We do have Run Proclamation that will be in the packet and on the record. I do just want to read a brief overview because I think this is the first time our city is doing and proclaiming Transgender Day of Remembrance, which was on November 20th. Transgender Day of Remembrance seeks to highlight the losses we face due to anti-transgender bigotry and violence. There is no one's a stranger to the need to fight for transgender rights, and the right to simply exist is first and foremost. With so many people seeking to erase transgender people, sometimes in the most brutal ways possible, it's vitally important that those that we lose are remembered and that we continue to fight for justice. Moving forward in the city of Pinole, we will be proclaiming every year before November 20th, Transgender Day of Remembrance. And I just wanted to give honor to this day as my last meeting as mayor, but also in remembrance of those we've lost due to bigotry and violence, especially anti-transgender bigotry and violence. So thank you to our city clerk's department for putting this in our proclamations this evening. And looking forward to a more positive and bright future together.
Thank you, Mayor. And we do have one public comment on this item.
Wonderful.
Rafael Menes.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. It's traditional on the Transgender Day of Remembrance to list the names of those transgender individuals who have been killed for their identity in this past year. And so, based on the information I've received from hrc.org, I'm going to read the names available for those who have died in 2023. Lakendra Andrews, London Price, Lisa Love, Dominic Dupree, also known as Dominic Palace, Annie Johnson, Sherilyn Marjorie, China Long, Luis Angel Diaz Castro, Yoko, Thomas Tom Tom Robertson, Devani J. Ray Johnson, Camden Ryder, Jacob Williamson, Chanel Perez Ortiz, Aisha Davis, Banco Brown, Coco Dadal, Ashley Burton, Tashia Woodland, Tortuguita, Cache Ashanti Henderson, Maria Jose Rivera, Zaki Imanitwo, Unique Banks, Casey Johnson, and Jasmine Starr Mack. Those 33 died for living as they truly are, as their gender identity. They were attacked and killed because they wanted to live their lives as who they were. I ask that as we honor the Transgender Day of Remembrance, that we remember them, their lives, that were cut short, and that we dedicate our lives to ensuring that other people's lives are not cut short in the future because of being more fully themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other public comments on this proclamation?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, that brings us to our presentations 8B. This evening, I have the privilege and honor of introducing probably our youngest presenter that we've had in the city of Pinole, but quite brilliant. I'd like to introduce Isabella Tucker, invite her to come to the table. Isabella is 9 years old. She is one of the most phenomenal Pinole residents we have who entered and won a writing contest. Her story was published in a book with others, and she's here to read it to us this evening. Hi, Isabella. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for coming. And if we could just move her mic down just a little bit so she can read it. Thank you. And whenever you're ready, you can read your short story.
The Rainbow Tiger by Isabella Tucker. Once upon a time, there was a tiger who lived in the jungle. She was no ordinary tiger. She was a rainbow tiger. Even though her fur has every color of the rainbow, everyone made fun of her because she looked different. One day, she was feeling extra sad, so she decided to rest under a tree. When she sat down, she accidentally fell into a magical portal that took her to another world. This world was made of rainbows, and all the animals there looked just like her. She was so happy. She could not wait to tell everyone what she had found. When she told everyone about the rainbow world, no one believed her, so she invited them all to come and see for themselves. At first, everyone was nervous and did not believe the rainbow tiger. But after they followed her through the portal, they realized she was telling the truth. Everything was rainbow, even them. Everyone realized they all looked the same, and they all said sorry to the rainbow tiger, made some new rainbow friends, and they all lived happily ever after. The end.
And thank you so much, Isabella, for reading your story. But I also wanted to say I wish you continued success as you continue in your writing. What we know in the City Council is that young people are not just the future, you're the now. And so we are inspired by your story. We appreciate you coming to share with us a little bit about your writing. And I look forward to buying your books for the future, okay? I love reading books, so I look forward to buying all the books you write if possible. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Awesome. Do you have anything else that you want to share with us, or anything that you'd like to say?
Remember to buy Girl Scout cookies in January.
We will do that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, congratulations on all your success. We're going to continue on with our presentations this evening if there's no public comments on this item. That's it.
No public comments.
All right. And as my last presentation as mayor, I have the honor of recognizing someone who I'm just so inspired by and have the privilege of knowing, and that's Roxanne Stone. We are this evening recognizing Roxanne Stone for achieving her certified municipal clerk designation. For those of you who don't know, Roxanne Stone is right in front of me. She's our deputy city clerk. If we can get the camera to her. I am very happy to have the opportunity to present this recognition. Roxanne Stone has made such a wide variety of contributions during her nearly 6 years with the city of Pinole. She already had 19 years of government experience and a master's in public administration when she was hired as the management analyst within the city manager's department back in 2018. In 2021, she was promoted to deputy city clerk and wholeheartedly dove into the new role with an amazing commitment to not only learning the job, but the wider profession as well. She began working on requirements for her certified municipal clerk designation, which required her to attend technical training at the University of California at Riverside, where she completed her California Professional Clerk Certificate. Her education, technical training, and ongoing experience in the city clerk's department for the last 2 years culminated in the approval of her application to be a certified municipal clerk on November 8th, 2023. On a personal note, she is super wife to Ken and mom to Gabe and daughter to Shirlise. She is an active member of Alpha Kappa sorority and embraces its motto, service to all mankind, by volunteering at numerous agencies in the San Francisco Bay Area, such as Glide Memorial, Meals on Wheels, and the San Francisco Marin Food Bank. It is such an honor to see Roxanne add another feather to her cap. She brings both fun and professionalism to the City Clerk's department, and I am so confident that she will continue to keep shining in all she does here in Pinole and beyond. With that, as my last proclamation or last recognition as mayor, it is with great pleasure that I invite Roxanne down to receive her certificate. Congratulations, our new certified municipal clerk, Roxanne Stone. And we'll have a few words from Roxanne. And of course, any family members who would like to make public comment, we love hearing from family members here. So please say something in support of such a remarkable individual. Okay. Could you bring a bell with me?
I will actually come over here so I can face everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff, and everyone in here and everyone at home watching. Don't want to say too much, just want to say thank you for the recognition. I'm usually used to preparing the proclamations for everyone, so it's nice to get this recognition. Excuse me. Thank you to Heather, City Clerk Bell, best boss, mentor, and friend. So just wanna. And to, I was looking for you, Olivia, since she's come to our small but very mighty team, just been like super helpful. Shout out to hubby, Gabe, and my mom for just taking care of everything when I had to go down to UC Riverside for a week at a time, multiple times. And thank you for my extended village who showed up to support Paula, Marcy, Kevin, Jalema. Yep. And that's all. Just thank you very much.
And congratulations again. I'll ask our city clerk, not our deputy city clerk, if there's any public comments on this item.
I don't see any unless anyone, okay, yes, please just take the podium and state your name.
I wanted to make sure I said something for the record. I just want to congratulate Roxanne Stone for achieving this milestone. You have worked hard. Your dedication has truly paid off. I just remember talking with her about flying back and forth, and I was thinking to myself, I don't know how she does this. But with such a supportive village with her mom, her husband, and of course her son and her friends, Skiwi, and her sorority, you have just made us so proud, and just continued success. And I expect you to do even greater things as the years progress. So congratulations and love you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? All right, not seeing any. We will again congratulate our Deputy City Clerk, Roxanne Stone, on such a wonderful, wonderful accomplishment in your life. Thank you to the family for allowing her to share space with us as much as she does, especially on Tuesday nights. As I imagine that she gets home pretty late. If we are here around 11, she probably gets home. I don't even, there you go. Thank you, Ken. But thank you to all the family and friends, and thank you and congratulations, Ms. Stone, on your accomplishments. Really excited about it.
Thank you.
Yep, of course. All right, that brings us to item number 9, the consent calendar. And before we make a motion or discussion on the consent calendar, I'll just read a quick statement on agenda item 9I, which is the approval and authorization of the mayor to execute the employment agreement for Neil Gang to become the interim city manager. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953C3, agenda item number 9I is a recommendation to approve and authorize the mayor to execute an employment agreement for the interim city manager. On September 19th, 2023, the City Council appointed Police Chief Neil Gang as interim city manager, effective October 1st, 2023. During the interim city manager appointment, Chief Gang will also continue to serve as our Pinole police chief, fulfilling the full scope of duties of both positions. The fiscal impact of this employment agreement is $43,783. The impact is offset with salary and benefits by the attrition of the current city manager vacancy and interim city manager Gang's continuation of service as Pinole's police chief. I'll ask if the council has any items to pull on the consent calendar.
Yes, one for me.
Okay, Councilmember Sasai.
Yes, I would like to pull item 9F.
9F.
Consent.
Okay, any other items to pull, council members? Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes, item 9A, item 9D, as in David.
Okay.
Item 9I.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Councilmember Tave?
Nothing.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms? All right. In that case, we'll go to public comment. Are there any comments on the consent calendar, Madam City Clerk?
Thank you. Yes, we do have several. I also wanted to pull item 9A and actually continue it to the January meeting. I would like to do some additional review.
Okay.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, if you have suggested revisions, you can send those to me and they'll come back in a public packet in January. And we
Fantastic.
can review at that time.
Okay.
For public comment, we do have Rafael Menes who would like to speak on item 9A, D, and F. And we have Maria Alegria for item 9C. And looks like that's it for the consent calendar.
All right, we'll take the first public comment. Good evening, Mr. Menez.
Good evening again. As item 9A is being continued to a future meeting, I'll defer my comments on that to that meeting. Let's see. Just matching up things. For item 9D, I'm having difficulty tracking down the exact pages in this new agenda format thing that the agenda packets are in, but I noted that the report itself states that there aren't any funds that are basically overdue being spent, but one of the, somewhere in the report, I thought I read something about like $18,000 or something were going to be allocated as of June 30th. I can't track it down again, but it seemed like there was a discrepancy between the report and the 6/30/23 report. And I was wondering whether that was just due to changes that have been made after the 6/30/23 report was done. And that's all of my comments on item 9D. For item 9F, I believe it was the vehicle purchase. Yes. Authorization to purchase vehicles for public works. I went ahead and sent an email about this to Director Mishra, and he stated that basically it was staff's opinion that it's still beneficial to have a hybrid due to potential power loss situations, but I guess I'd like to dispute that a bit and maybe open it up for further discussion if the council wants to pull the item, because first off, at the speed limits permitted within the city of Pinole, electric vehicles don't use that much power traveling around. Like, I've driven an electric vehicle. I know what the difference in power load is like traveling at, 20, 30, even 40 miles an hour. It's not going to consume that much power. So unless there's expected to be a sufficiently catastrophic loss of power, but there's no power access throughout the broader region for a week, I don't see the substantial benefit to having it be electric versus gas, because even if there isn't power at City Hall, there's still going to be other charging points available throughout the city and the broader region that an EV would be able to charge at, and there's environmental costs to having a hybrid vehicle. And in addition, the hybrid vehicle is also more expensive straight up than a regular vehicle, even including the cost for installing a charger, though you're still going to need to install a charger for a plug-in hybrid EV anyway. So I would request that the city pull item 9F for further consideration and discussion, and consider replacing the plug-in hybrid EV with a full EV. And that's all my comments on item 9F. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. Do we have any other public comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, Maria Alegria.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Honorable City Council. I just wanted to make a brief comment on item C, which is the parklet outdoor dining area, specifically that area around Tina's restaurant. I am a patron of Reve's salon, and for the past couple years, it's just been horrific trying to get into that area to park. Especially for those who have disabilities. It obstructs the area, the walk area. My last visit, I almost ran into one of the barriers with my car. So it's very challenging for people to drive around there. So I would suggest that when you this comes back to you for your permanent decision, that you please contact the businesses in the area, and maybe even ask input from the customers. You could just do a really quick little survey, because I don't think, I think it's kind of takes over the whole significant amount of parking. And secondly, there's a lot of trash that is kind of stacked in the back. And I don't know if, I'm sure the public health department should probably take a visit there, but I just felt I'm glad this is on the agenda, because it's been an issue that I think the business owner hasn't really gotten any traction from the city. So please include the businesses when you prepare this report back for our review for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
There are no more public comments.
All right, then that means we'll go back to council for deliberation. We'll continue item 9A, thank you, for future council meetings. So we'll go to item 9D. I think Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, you pulled this one.
Thank you. Quick question for staff. On page 175 of the packet, so that would be part of the report by staff, there's mention of the total cost or amount of impact fees allocated to projects on the capital improvement plan. And so I just want to verify, if at all possible, staff can verify for me the figures that I come up with, the difference between available impact fees, what's been allocated, and then what would be available or remaining for future use. What I've come up with based on the tables that are presented in the packet is our two amounts. Pardon me, let me find that for you. Oh, pardon, I just had it. I'm going to come back to that so I don't keep you waiting.
Would it be better for us to come back to item 9D?
Yeah, I just said we better, yeah.
We'll go
I'll
back. We'll go
that.
to item number 9F, and that was pulled by Councilmember Sasaki.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to pull item 9F for discussion and possible direction to staff, but I also wanted to ask interim city manager Gang, Director Mishra, if you both feel comfortable possibly moving this item to the January meeting for consideration, or do you have any deadlines for the procurement of these 4 vehicles?
I don't. I would like to defer that question to Director Mishra because they may have a little bit more a deadline that they're looking at. I believe he's available online.
Great. Thank you.
Director Mishra, can you answer that question?
Yeah, for the procurement, are you able to hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Yes. So for the procurement of the vehicles, no, we don't have a deadline, but our current staff vehicles are pretty old, and we wanted to actually put something for new vehicles procurement, but there is no deadline.
Great, thank you. I would like to move that to the January meeting. Does that require a motion, Mayor Murphy?
It's probably best for a motion.
Great. I think
Yeah, and I'd like to second that, but I want to make some comments on some of the things I'd like to see when you're finished.
Sure. Great. Well, I'll make a motion to defer item 9F to the January meeting.
Okay, and there's
I'll
a second, Mayor Pro Tem Toms, and then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Toms for comments.
Yeah, the comment is on the RAV4 hybrid. I think we do need to move to 100% EV. As an EV driver, we don't allow our vehicles to get so far depleted that you can't drive during a power outage. And the other thing is, I would have trouble on having a fleet vehicle be a Tesla. I think we need to, be a little bit more cost wary of the vehicles. I know of a lot of fleet vehicles that are the Chevy Bolt size. There's some other EVs, but I think we need to look at something that's a little bit more economical.
Okay. Councilmember Tafe.
I saw that that the uses were here, but is the intent also for these to be like the on-call? I know that we have officers that are on call and other individuals that might be. So if that's incorporated into this, I think that's also a benefit to the city. Looking at the prices here, I would say that the RAV4 is the more expensive, and then I guess the Tesla branding is what seems expensive, but in actuality, the range and everything might be more conducive to somebody who is on call or needs to drive around during the day, which I think would be more of that city driving, and the idle, engine is really where gas is burnt. So I'd like to see the Tesla, included, but to have a description of what the use might be a little bit more, add more context to it. I know that the Bolt is also an option, but I think it's more expensive or just right around this range. So if we could just, if it's a $3,000 difference, I mean, we'd like to see kind of what that might look like.
And as this item's come into a future meeting, I'll just ask if there's any questions on the motion, and then if council members have any questions, they can contact Director Mishra or suggestions. All right.
I think there were recalls on the Bolt too. Like,
all right. So no questions?
Sorry.
No worries. Madam City Clerk Bell, please call the roll on this particular item.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. That brings us to number 9I. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Okay, thank you. Quick question on that item is with regard to the start period or the effective period of the contract for interim city manager. My recollection is that our former city manager ended on September 30th, 2023, so I was curious as to why that is a start date indicated in the contract rather than October 1st. If someone has an answer for that.
Director Sheo, are you available to answer that question?
Mr. Mayor, through the chair.
Or City Attorney Casher, thank you.
I'm happy to. So Chief Gang did commence the position of interim city manager on October 1st, so that's a friendly amendment. We could just make that amendment to the agreement before signing.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. That
Councilmember?
was the one question that I had. Thank you.
All right. I'll go back to 9D. You had some questions about that item.
Yes, thank you. And correcting myself, earlier I mentioned I spotted something on page 175 of the report. It's actually on page 172. And what I would like an answer to, if staff can provide it, if I'm looking at the sum total of the impact fees allocated for future capital improvement projects, it totals to $1,398,000. The amount of impact fees is $3,340,034. So subtracting the 1.3 leaves us with $1.9 million, and I'm wondering if indeed that is an amount that's available to either begin new capital improvement projects or fund them sooner than later in the existing capital improvement plan.
Oh, hi, Director Guillory. Can you answer that question?
So, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, thanks for the question. Yes, that is correct. There is $1.9 million available. However, they would, any projects that are assigned to that funding would have to fall under the same rules for what the development impact fees can be spent on. But yes, there is $1.9 million available when you subtract the amount that we have allocated to current CIP projects and the fund balance.
Thank you. So, pardon me, I did not read the report that's going to be submitted outside of the city. So in that report, are those rules mentioned so that we can anticipate what projects? Okay, so yes. I'll take a look at that. Thank you.
Yes, it gives a definition of each development impact fee. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Also on the report that the part of the report that was for us to review, there duplicate language on pages, I believe, 171 through 175. If it's not going to go beyond us, I suppose we can live with that, knowing that there's some duplicate. But given that it becomes public record, I don't know if you want to add a note about that to just make it easier for people to read the report, the staff report, because there's some duplicate language, just I think a consequence of cutting and pasting, inadvertently duplicating some of it. Thank you.
Yes, it would be great if we could make an amendment to that.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. That's it for me. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That means that we'll continue item 9A and 9F to our future council meeting. If there's a motion to approve items 9B, C, D, E, G, H, and I would love to entertain that motion. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilmember Sasai. Any questions on the motion? All right, Madam City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Yes, and just want to clarify that the movement for approval of item I also includes the amendment that was discussed. So just to clarify that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. That brings us to item number 10, which is our council reorganization. At this time, I will turn it over to our city clerk, Heather Bell, to facilitate the first item, or this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, we're moving down to item C. I'm sorry, hold on one moment.
We need to. Should be 10A.
And I'm happy to go out of order. I just said item 10. I wasn't sure if we want to start with 10A or 10C.
Thank you for that. Sorry. Okay, to begin this item, I'm actually going to turn it over to our interim city manager, Chief Gang, and he's going to get us started with this item.
After all that, I should have just jumped in, huh? Well, as you know, Mayor, it's been a short time as being the interim city manager, and I have an opportunity to thank you and to thank you for all you've done for this city. As you know, I'll be brief because I know there's a lot of ceremonial things and a lot of people waiting around today, but I have a couple words for you. First of all, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your passion. And thank you for pursuing a term that we both like to use to define this great city of ours, vibrance. Thank you. I think that you embody that, and everything that you do brings that forward. And I want to end as a man of faith. You know that. I'm going to share a quote with you, and I think that it really is applicable here. Isaiah 6:8 says, "Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, 'Who shall I send, and who will go for us?' And I said, 'Here I am, send me.'" Well, thank you for the staff, for the community, for always stepping up and saying, "Send me," and representing us. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being a mayor, and thank you for doing everything you did for us. And I have this gift for you today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Is this white elephant? Do we get to all have a prize? One of my favorite holidays.
Yes, we get to take yours.
Everybody brought a gift here? No kidding. We all switch. Thank you, Chief. I call you Chief, interim city manager. We know. I really appreciate this. Thank you, and thank you for your kind words.
Thank you again, and thank you for being just so easy to work with, and the staff is very blessed to be able to work with this council, and particularly you as the mayor for the last year. Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you. I want to thank the public, and thank you, City Clerk Bell, as well, and thank you, City Attorney Casher. Thank you to the council. I'm so sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I know you.
No, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also let you know we have several cards for this item. I think people would like to speak. We have Vincent Salimi, Rafael Menez, David Ruport for this item for 10A, when you're ready.
Good evening. This year, Mayor Murphy has set a remarkable precedent as the first African-American openly gay man to lead our vibrant city of Pinole. His dedication and inclusive approach have truly enriched our community. As we bid farewell to Mayor Murphy, we warmly welcome Mayor Thoms, continuing a legacy of public service as her father did before her. The importance of generational commitment to our city's prosperity cannot be overstated. Moreover, a heartfelt congratulations to our first Filipino-American Vice Mayor, Sasai, breaking barriers and representing the diverse fabric of our community. It is a testament to Pinole's strength that leaders from various backgrounds unite to serve. In these challenging times, unity is our greatest asset. Together, we can achieve economic development, ensuring the prosperity of every resident. Let us embrace our differences and work collectively together towards a Pinole that thrives on diversity and opportunity. Thank you.
Greetings again, Mr. Mayor. It's my pleasure to say a few words in praise of you and the work you've done as mayor over this past year. I feel like a lot of people maybe don't recognize the way in which you've improved and strengthened the office of mayor for anyone who may occupy it in the future. You've worked to build up communication from the office to the broader public. You've set an example by creating routine videos that you send out to the public and routine communications from the mayor to the public. You basically raised the bar for every mayor to come after you by your skill in communication and dedication to the city. We've occasionally had disagreements around public engagement and various topics, but you've always been willing to listen and to hear from all members of the community and to engage with the community as a whole, being out in it, engaging with the community, being at community events, talking about community events, and working to ensure a more engaged community with the city. And I think that's worthy of praise, and I would encourage all future mayors, again, not just in communication, but also in engagement, to imitate Mayor Murphy's example. I agree with the prior speaker, former Mayor Salimi, that Pinole's strength is in its diversity. In Mayor Murphy's example, as the city's first openly gay African-American mayor, in our future member Tom's example, in her generations of service, and in Mayor Pro Tem Sasai's example as a Filipino-American mayor. But primarily, I'm focused on praising Mayor Murphy here because, that's what this agenda item is about, and because I think that all in all, he's done a good job as mayor. His work in expanding the definition of the role, his actions that he's taken as mayor, his efforts in running city council meetings to hear from members of the public, and his efforts more broadly to engage with the entire community are worthy of praise, and I hope that future mayors will live up to his example. Thank you.
Again, my name is David Ruport. Good evening, City Council members, staff, the number of people out there in the public. Thank you. Now you can hear me better? Again, thank you to everybody that's here to honor you, Mayor Murphy. It's been one hell of a year, much faster than both you and I are going to be able to understand until years later. The only thing I can say is thank you, thank you, thank you. But I would like to add to the fact that although you're not going to be mayor, you're going to continue with the active participation that you've placed in the city. And again, I agreed with the prior speakers that you've set a new bar over the position of mayor. That bar should continue to raise into the future, and I also encourage all other future mayors to take a look at what you can do to make things better, not be satisfied with the present, but look towards a dream, a future, which you have. And again, I can only use the word thank you, because that really describes what's happening here. And hopefully a couple of years from now, we're going to see a better and better and better mayor, along with a better and better town. So again, thank you, thank you, thank you.
We have some additional speakers, Irma Ruport and Oscar Soriano, as well as Maria Alegria.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. And I too want to say, Mayor Murphy, and I have to say this, I've lived here over 40 years. I have not seen a mayor like you. You've been so terrific. When you campaigned, you said, I'm going to do this. I think you exceeded that. I think you're a role model for other people to know. He's not a politician. He's a real person. He says what he's going to do. When you promise something, you do it. You exceed everything that I ever thought you were going to do. However, your job's not finished. We've still got a lot of work to do. Mayor Murphy, you'll be council member Murphy. You're still here in my heart. I'll back you up. And let's tell all the people here, you're a people council member, not a politician. Get this one right. Get to know Mayor Murphy as a person, and you can tell he's the real deal. He's who we want. We want to continue with it. And Mayor, always be true to yourself, because we the people will be true to you. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Murphy, rest of the council, and everybody here. Hope everyone's having a good night. Mayor Murphy, to me, you have always been an inspiration of why young people should run for office and get involved in politics. You have worked very hard for the people as mayor and an important voice for the LGBTQ community. And I hope to see you one day as my state senator or state assembly one day, if you ever go that path. But you are a forward and positive thinking person that understands democracy and that understands equity. I wish the best to the new mayor, whoever it will be, and I am happy to see Pinole thrive with these leaders. Mayor Murphy, you will always have my support wherever you go in life, not just in politics. And like the last person said, you are a people's person. You are we the people. You are part of we the people. You represent democracy. And your work will continue writing history for Pinole's future generations. And thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor Murphy.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay.
I just want to say ditto to that. You were awesome. Thank you so much for those words. Good evening, Mayor, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Maria Alegria, and I stand humbly before you to just thank you for your service. It's been said, you've raised the bar. Most importantly is being able to communicate with our community, to be present. It's been so important to have someone who is everywhere, which you're like the air. You are just everywhere. I turn here, there's Devin. I turn there, there's Mayor Devin. But I just want to thank you. Appreciate your leadership. I have, and like I say, you know, of my wildest dreams, it's like I can die now and go to heaven, because it's just been so, I've been so touched by your leadership. And I just want to say to you that once the mayor, always the mayor. So you will always have that title as mayor. Congratulations and thank you for your service.
Okay, I think let's see if we have any online speakers.
No, there are no public comments.
And I think we've captured all the public speakers here in the audience. So at this time, we'll go to council before going back, turning things over back to Mayor Murphy.
Right. I am incredibly uncomfortable, but also comfortable. I really appreciate it, but I'm not good at this part. I promise.
So,
Oh my gosh. Yes.
I'll start. I want to thank you, Devin. You have definitely set the bar high, like everybody said. The communication style that you have brought from the council to the public has just been simply amazing, and I want to recognize that and thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mayor Murphy, just want to say thank you for all your hard work. Just from the tech and communications committee, just seeing how the engagement for the community is just increased. The balancing act, there was a lot of tools that I think you put out to the community and ideas that allowed everybody to engage back with our council and informed decisions. The Parks Master Plan, I mean, there's a lot of things that are coming to fruition during this year that moved because of your leadership. So I just want to say thank you, and look forward to you being on council as a council member instead of running the meeting. So thanks again, and community appreciates you.
Thank you.
When I first got elected to the city council a year ago, I was very, very fortunate, very blessed to begin under the administration of Mayor Murphy. He is my only reference as first time elected of a mayor. And what an honor it is to observe you, see how you handle very, very difficult situations. I'm taking notes every single meeting, watching you. And it is such an honor to be able to collaborate with you, push the envelope. You have really just made an incredible impact, not only in the barriers you have broken for folks as the first Black, first LGBTQ mayor of this city in 120 years, but also the standard you hold. How you are the green, clean energy mayor, but also the mayor who is willing to push the envelope once in a while. So thank you for what you do, and it's an honor to be here on this council with you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for your service this year and for so enthusiastically promoting the use of clean energy and multiple ways of mitigating the ill effects of climate change, a very important and salient matter to all of us. And looking forward to continuing serving as council members, as former mayors, so that we can not only promote the kinds of things that are dear to our individual hearts, but as well that can complement each other's desires stemming from our individual hearts, so that together we can do more for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Close out public comment. I don't usually like to close quickly, but I'm like, I'm just teasing.
Yes, I believe we are done. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, I do have just a couple words to say. Thank you so much, everybody. Like I said, I love one-on-one conversations, as you all know, in the community. I am like, this is like uncomfortable for me. Really appreciate the words, though. And I just did say, you know, I wanted to trying to write a little more as I like process my thoughts. So this is just what I wrote. As I stand and sit really before you today, my heart is filled with love, with gratitude. I am so grateful, so humble, so honored. Serving as your mayor has been the greatest honor of my life, Pinole. The journey we've shared has been marked by triumphs and challenges, but together we have built a stronger and more vibrant community. Under my leadership, we were able to accomplish a lot. The reopening and reactivation of the long-closed Fire Station 74. Thank you. Yeah. The approval of over 600 units of housing, including 100% affordable housing, all-electric complex for veterans, an affordable housing complex, 179 units for seniors, an upcoming development of condominiums called Pinole Vista. And again, we were, really fought to make sure that we had new housing for the new Pinole. We were able to host the first ever Pinole Earth Day walk and celebration, which coincided with our groundbreaking efforts to develop our city's first climate action and adaptation plan. We celebrated for the first time ever LGBTQ Pride Month and Juneteenth, and of course our anniversary of the incorporation of our wonderful city, Pinole, California, all in one big celebration in June. We made possible critical traffic and pedestrian safety improvements at Tennant Avenue, at the Pear and Plum Street intersections, as well as improvements at Marleston Appian Way. We brought in now over $168 million that Pinoleans can now leverage to lower their energy bills and upgrade their homes and apartment. We had a big rally and community celebration to celebrate Pinole Valley High School's many achievements, including winning the football team's state championship. We improved communications to keep our residents informed, including our very new Beat of Pinole video series, We now have over 7,000 readers of our citywide newsletter called The Pulse, and we have a record number of residents engaging in our participatory budgeting process through the Balancing Act. We saw the opening of several businesses that encourage our residents to shop Pinole and others to visit Pinole, including Sweet Pipers, Uptown Yard, PSB, Cafe and Venue, Mac Permanent Beauty, Mochi Nut, which I still need to get more donuts from, Ike Sandwiches, Home Goods, and many more. We developed newly activated evacuation routes located in Pinole Valley to keep our residents safe. We hosted a citywide town hall with Contra Costa Fire Protection District. And of course, we made sure that many acres of vegetation mitigation were done to keep wildfire down risks. And all that, we continue to make Pinole safer for all pedestrians in our community. And of course, last but not least, we filled a lot of potholes this year, I promise. We really did. There's a lot of rain, and we filled a bunch of potholes. And of course, took down some trees too that fell. But I really just want to express my deepest gratitude to the incredible residents who make this city possible. When I was elected in 2020, it was a whirlwind for me. No one knew my name. Some people knew my name. And a lot of folks came out and said that they believed in this vision of this young 27-year-old being like, hey, I want a green economy. And I just want to say thank you to the residents of Pinole. Your passion, your resilience, your commitment to progress have inspired me every day. Our accomplishments are a testament of the power of unity and collaboration in our community, which is most important to me. To the dedicated city council, when we disagree, our municipal employees, and of course, our community leaders who make public comment and continue to make public comment. You are the backbone of this city. You make this city possible, and you continue, again, to inspire me. Your unwavering dedication to public service has been the driving force behind our achievements, and I do have full confidence that our council will continue to propel our city forward. So as I step back to the role of council member or city councilor, depending upon how you like to say it, I carry with me the memories of our shared successes, the lessons learned from setbacks, and the profound love that I have for this community, the city of Pinole. The spirit of Pinole is resilient, and I have no doubt that this community will continue to flourish. And in closing, I entrust our beloved city to all of our capable hands. We are capable. Our democracy is right here in this room. That's what it looks like. It looks like us coming together and deciding how we're going to move forward. Our work is not finished, as a public commenter said, and I'll be probably I don't know where I'm sitting yet, but I'll be right here making sure that we are working to address the many, many issues that are important to Pinoleans. I'm eager to work with our dynamic city constituency to build a better Pinole for everybody. And I want to leave you with this. We've got to embrace change. We've got to nurture inclusivity. And we definitely have to continue to the legacy of progress that we've built together. It has been an honor to serve as your mayor, and I'm excited to witness the bright future that lies ahead for this remarkable and, yes, vibrant city. And thank you so much. God bless you all. And again, thank you for letting me serve you as your mayor of Pinole this year. I look forward to more together. And that closes out. I don't think there's any public comments on that, hopefully, but that means that we'll go to our next item, and that leads us to the selection of mayor and mayor pro tem. Madam City Clerk, if you will.
Thank you, Mayor. So good evening once again, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I will be providing just a very brief summary of my staff report that is included in the packet for the public's reference before I turn it back over to the City Council for your action. So the selection of mayor and mayor pro tem is made from a mayoral list maintained by the city clerk and based on a council member's receipt of the highest votes in the prior election. On October 19, 2010, Resolution 2010-87 was adopted by the City Council, approving the current succession procedures. Resolution 2010-87 requires the city clerk to prepare and maintain a current mayoral rotation schedule in the form of a mayoral list, memorializing the mayoral ascension following each municipal election. The most recently approved rotation schedule based on the 2022 municipal election of officers is contained as attachment B to the staff report. So this evening, the staff recommendation is to approve the resolution appointing Maureen Toms as mayor and Cameron Sasai as mayor pro tem per the current mayoral rotation list. That concludes my brief report, and I turn it back to the council for questions and action.
All right, any questions from council? All right, any public comments on this item?
No, there are no public comments.
And,
You have one in person? Oh, no.
I'm just looking around the room. It looks like we have no public comments in person.
All right.
And none online.
If there are no public comments, we'll bring it back to council to make a motion on this item.
I'll move that the council accept the recommendation to approve the resolution appointing Councilmember Maureen Toms as mayor and Councilmember Cameron Sasai as mayor pro tem per the current mayor rotation list.
Thank you. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, there's a second, a motion and a second. Any questions about the motion? All right, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
And Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, well, that brings us to item number 10D, and that is the administration of oaths to mayor and mayor pro tem. And we'll take it back to our city clerk, Heather Bell.
Thank you once again, Mayor. This evening, we will begin with the swearing in of our Mayor Pro Tem, Cameron Sasai. And he has a special guest here this evening to perform the oath for him, and that is his father. So I'll invite David Sasai to come down to the podium.
Oh my God. Unless he has a few words. And Mr. Sasai, you can use my
I want to put this right here. So this is my Grandpa Tad's flag that was used at his memorial service. He is a veteran of the U.S. Army, served there shortly after being incarcerated in a Japanese internment camp here in California. And also he is a longtime employee of the U.S. Postal Service. So my family is all about public service, and I'm very proud to continue that legacy. So I'll put this right here. Here? Right here. Let's do it right here.
I guess you repeat after me. Okay. I state your name.
Do I have to raise my right hand too?
Oh.
Oh my goodness. You gotta prepare for this, man. All right.
I state your name.
I, Cameron Sasai,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support.
do solemnly swear or affirm. Can you please do it in less? In shorter phrases, please. I'm sorry. Please repeat that.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance.
And allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States.
To the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I will take this obligation freely.
That I will take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
And that I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties of the office.
Discharge the duties of the office.
Upon which I am about to enter.
Upon which I am about to enter. All right. And I would like my family to come down real quick for a photo. Yeah. Did good.
Very fashionable family, I must say. That was just me. I was like,
Uncle Roy, where are you? Uncle Roy, come down here. At the drawing? Yeah, right here.
You want me to take one with your camera?
You did it.
we'll do the next swearing in, and then we'll have the mayor and mayor pro tem make comments. So I'll bring it back to the city clerk bell.
Okay, next we will have the swearing in of our new mayor, Maureen Toms, by her father, Jack Meehan. Looks like he's already up at the front.
This one, I know, that's what I'm like. These are on, so you could just speak and shake your head.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to introduce my dad, Jack Meehan. He was the Pinole mayor from 1964 to 1965. So 60 years difference on this generation. So I'm very proud to have him swear me in. Do you have your paperwork? Oh.
See, just like that. I might comment to Heather, the city clerk, and Roxanne. This chamber is named not for a mayor, not for a council member, not for a famous explorer or a pioneer, but a one-of-a-kind city clerk named Elizabeth Grimes. And only the historians would remember or recognize that name. But you'll see a plaque just outside the door. And remember that it was the city clerk, Elizabeth Grimes, who practically led this city for 25 years. Your work is cut out for you. It's a pleasure to do this, and I remind you, you warned me not to.
I did.
I remind you that the post of mayor carries limited responsibility and authority. And it's symbolized, believe it or not, by the gavel that the mayor wields. And in prior experiences in organizations, possession of the gavel meant that the conduct of the meeting could proceed and would be under the direction of the holder of the gavel. And the gavel was never left unattended like this. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. For 2 more seconds.
Now we can proceed. Maureen Toms, raise your right hand and recite after me. I, and recite your name.
I, Maureen Toms,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support
and
defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations, Mayor Maureen Toms. Mayor.
Oh,
accept the
thank
gavel.
you, thank you. Thank you. And if I can ask my family, even the ones in the back, to come forward. I will, after. I have two people missing.
Three people.
Three, or two over here.
4, 5. Come on, come on. Pretend like you like each other.
All right, we had the transfer of the gavel, technically, and so we'll go to comments by our new mayor, Maureen Toms.
And while she's making her way, we did receive a couple public comments as well for the swearing in item. So maybe we can go to calling Oscar Soriano.
I'll stay here.
Okay.
We'll switch after.
Okay, that was beautiful. This will be my last one, I promise y'all. So I'm so proud of Cameron for becoming Pinole's mayor pro tem. This man has led by example on what democracy is all about and what it means to be progressive and what work ethic in government is all about. I remember meeting him at the Contra Costa Young Dems meeting, which was held at East Bay Coffee like 9 months ago. We interacted and I got to know his positions, and this was a few months after he got elected. And after our interaction, I was very, very, very impressed for what he is doing for the city of the Pinole. He told me what he was going to do for the city of Pinole, and he's doing it. He's doing it. He's kicking it. I love what he's doing. And I knew from there as well, whoever voted for this man made a great choice. He made a great choice, and I hope whoever voted for him continues to vote for him as the years go by. Pinole continues to thrive and be safe with a man like this serving. Not only is he a great city council member, but a great person to interact with great heart, with a bright future on whichever path he chooses to take. With more young people like him, democracy is secured all over the country. Democracy will continue to move forward and not back down. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the future, which is now. And that's all I have to say. Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem Sasai and Mayor Maureen Toms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to check, do we have any other speakers in the audience? Okay, so we'll move on. Do we have, do we have virtual comments?
Yes. We have Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? Looks like Mr. Hindler's having technical difficulties and there are no more public comments.
Okay, thank you. Bringing it back to the council, wondering if Mayor Pro Tem Sasai wanted to make some comments.
Thanks, Mayor Toms. I didn't prepare any remarks for this evening, but I just want to say thank you to everybody who is in these chambers right now. My close friends, mentors, family who traveled a long time to be here are here with us today. And it is with their help and the community's help that we were able to win this seat and be appointed office of Mayor Pro Tem, which when I ran, never thought that'd be possible. But we have done so much good work in the past year. People told me when I first got elected, have 3 priorities, keep it to that, keep it simple, and take the first year or 2 years to observe the council and learn and just sit back. We clearly did not follow any of that. So we tackled everything from having $30,000 allocated for our first internship program here in Pinole in so many years. I just finished interviewing all our potential interns, and they're all so bright and so talented. Even taking on things like racial justice, environmental justice, you name it. We have taken bold action here in Pinole, and that is what you can expect from me for the next 3 years. And so congratulations to Mayor Tom. It has been incredible to work with you, both in the council and on the West Cat Board of Directors. And I look forward to a year full of many more accomplishments for the city of Pinole. But just want to say I did not take this position for granted. It is a lot to be responsible for, but every single meeting, we take that as an opportunity to present something new to Pinole. There is no meeting where, unless staff's at capacity, but we propose something that is, pushing the envelope, serving the people of Pinole, and making their lives safer and better. So I'm honored to be the first Filipino-American vice mayor in the city of Pinole in 120 years history, and one of the very, very few vice mayors who are Japanese-American, Filipino-American in Contra Costa County and in the Bay Area. So thank you again for being here. Thank you for your support. And we have so much work to do, and I'm very excited for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sasai. And thank you, all the folks here and those watching. It's an honor to represent the city as your mayor. But before I continue with some remarks, I want to recognize my family who are here. You all met my father. My mother, Teresa Meehan, is here. My husband, Joe. My 2 sons, Sean and Kyle, and my daughter, Tara, are here. My sisters, Kathy Brunstein and her husband, Jerry. My sister, Colleen. and my brother John Meehan Jr. and his wife Anita, and my brother-in-law Chris Toms and his wife Noelle. And hopefully I got everybody. Did I get everybody? So I also want to recognize some former mayors, in addition to the former mayors that are here on the dais. Former Mayor Mary Horton, Maria Alegria, and Vincent Salimi are also here. I want to thank them for coming tonight. I said in addition to the ones here. Yes, but you have that name. I also want to recognize the staff. We have an incredible staff here in the city, and I want to thank them as well. So in preparing to take on the role as mayor, I've been reflecting on the growth, the changes, and the evolution of the city that I have witnessed over the years. I grew up here in Pinole, and as a young child, I became aware of what a special place this is. It was apparent to me at a young age that the quality of life here doesn't just happen. It's always been driven by people getting involved to improve the community. Since my parents were involved in the community, so were all of us kids. I want to share with you a very special memory, an early memory that I have. That is related to an initiative called Parks in Pinole, or PIP. And I see some of the older residents get that. It was an issue that was on the ballot in about 1966. It involved a measure that would fund the acquisition of the grazing land where Pinole Valley Park now sits. Obviously, the neighborhood kids were all proponents of the measure, and we became involved by distributing flyers to voters, because if this measure was successful, we would get a park close to where we lived. In a child's eyes, that is the measure of success and a way to improve our quality of life. The vote required a 2-to-1 yes for passage. We were all crushed when the measure did not pass. As kids, we could not understand why anyone would vote against the measure. After all, it was about quality of life. It was in later years that I began to understand, not agree with, but understand the other side of the issue. There were concerns about the city affording to develop, program, and maintain a large park. Some of the residents may have believed that the city didn't need the project. After all, the population in the beginning of that decade, in 1960, was only 6,000. Perhaps they did not see the value of investing in a public park to address the needs of not only the existing residents, but also the future residents that would call Pinole home by the end of that decade. And by the way, the population in that decade from 1960 to 1970 doubled in that time period. The need for the park did not go away, and years later, the project was completed using state grant funds. In coming to 2023, 2024, quality of life is still the most important measure for any community. We still need to plan for the current residents and the future residents that will be coming to Pinole in the future. As we move forward on developing and implementing plans such as the general plan, the strategic plan, the specific plans for the 3 corridors, the capital improvement plan, the climate action plan, the local road safety plan, the active transportation plan, the parks master plan, the local hazard mitigation plan, and the emergency action plan, the community engagement plan, and the long-term financial plan, and the economic strategy. And that's not all of them that we have been working on. But all of those plans we've been working on, staff has been working on, we've had a lot of community input, and nobody who touched any of those plans ever wanted them to just sit on a shelf. They were developed to improve our quality of life. All of these plans have identified implementation measures or actions. These implementation measures are our to-do list. They're our work program for the council and staff. And our challenge for the coming year will be to identify the means, which translates to revenue, to implement these plans and move the city forward. It is very likely that we will have a revenue measure for consideration in November 2024 on the ballot. We're going to be discussing that in the coming months. And we need to identify a measure that's equitable and affordable for our residents, and we're going to need all the voices at the table. So I invite you to all stay involved. Remember, we have these plans. They do cost to implement them, but it's all about quality of life. So with that, I hope that in the next year we can focus in on our work program and get some things done. With that, I want to thank you again, and we're going to take a break and enjoy a 15-minute break, and then we will be back. So please join us in the lobby for refreshments and cake. Thank you.
Mayor Toms. Mayor Toms, we do have Cordell Hindler.
Oh.
I want to see if we can get him before we recess.
Hi, Cordell. Go ahead.
Hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Toms, Council. My name is Cordell Hendler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, wow, I am so honored that you, Mayor Toms, is the new mayor of Pinole. So, and my sentiments to Mayor Pro Tem Sasai. And hopefully, when I first met him, I said to myself, this young man has got a lot of potential. And I said, he's going to represent the city of Pinole in its finest. So I said, as the gentleman pointed out earlier, he said, whoever voted for him, I thought it was a smart choice. That was really smart. So hopefully I can come visit you all at a later time in person. So that being said, and let's see, because I have some ideas on how Pinole could be more vibrant, more, get with the new crowd. So that's all I have to say, and I'll save my comments for the other items.
Thank you, Mr. Hindler. Okay, with that, any other comments? Okay, we will break and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Council members, can you please join me at the dais so we can finish up our meeting? Missing Councilmember Tave. Okay, are you ready, Dave? Okay, good evening. We're back in session, and the last item, or second to the last item on our agenda, is 12A, and that is to nominate council members to serve on boards and subcommittees. And do we have a staff report, or should we just go down the list?
I do have a brief report if you'd like it. Okay, thank you. Mayor, good evening once again, everyone. The item I will be presenting this evening is to nominate council members to serve as city representatives on specific boards and subcommittees in 2024. The City Council will have the opportunity to approve the nominations at the next City Council meeting in a finalized list on January 16th of next year. City Council members serve as representatives of the city on the boards of numerous joint powers, authorities, and other regional bodies. Council members also serve on subcommittees that the City Council creates from time to time. The Pinole City Council's practice has been to make appointments of council members to serve as representatives on various external boards and council subcommittees on an annual basis in December, in coordination with the appointment of the new mayor and mayor pro tem. And because some appointments are based on mayorship. Revisions to the list are also made throughout the year in accordance with council action and to reflect creation of new committees and/or appoint new representatives. The city clerk maintains the most recent version of the list, and state law requires that we publish that list of these council member assignments. This is referred to as the council committee assignment list. So included as an attachment is the list of assignments for the city council's review. That was in the packet, and staff will make changes to the draft appointment list based on council nominations at the meeting this evening. We will disseminate a revised list with the resolution for approval by the City Council at the next City Council meeting. Following approval of the list, a copy will be provided to the Council and to all of the respective bodies and boards and outside agencies, and it will also be uploaded onto the City Council webpage. Thank you, and I will now turn it back over to Mayor Toms for review of the list.
Great, thank you for that report. So I think the best way that we have done this in the past is just go down the list. I have a couple of comments that I'm aware of as far as meeting time changes and meeting dates. So I would start with the ABAG, the General Assembly date for that. They just meet once a year, and that date is going to be June 21st. Of 2024. It's a Friday, and it happens to be the same day as some of the Cal City Policy Committee meetings. It's the same day as the housing and also the public safety and I think the environmental quality meetings. So I know that I serve on one, Mayor Pro Tem Sasai serves on one, and I don't recall if anybody's on. So if somebody else wants to take that, that meeting, the ABAG General Assembly meeting.
Mayor, I'll serve as the ABAC rep this year.
Okay. Is there interest in an alternate? Was that a yes?
I didn't say anything. Can't be on all the committees.
Norma, are you, or Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, are you?
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to double check.
Yours is on Thursday.
My rev and tax is on Thursday?
Yes, it's on Thursday.
So I couldn't be on this one then?
You could be.
I could be?
Yes, because this one is on Friday.
Oh, except that we usually fly.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, we're not getting your audio.
Pardon me.
This is it's not an in-person, it's a video.
Virtual?
Yes.
Okay, then please go ahead and have me as alternate.
Okay.
Thank you, yeah.
So that's Murphy and Martinez-Rubin. MCE, I will just note that at the last meeting I was at, they're going to start moving the meeting up to 6:30 p.m., so if that could be reflected. Still interested?
I'll continue to serve.
Okay. I'm interested unless somebody else is interested in being the alternate for MCE. Okay, with that, we'll keep it the same. Wastewater Subcommittee. It's currently Tave and Tom's with Murphy as an alternate. Is that still good?
Would you like us to, so in the past, what we've done for mayors is that usually the mayor is serving on the committees that are determined as mayor. Are you asking us to, are you stepping back from that position?
I can. We've only met once in this last year. So it's not a big commitment. But if somebody's interested in serving as the delegate for that,
I'll continue.
You'll continue?
I'd be happy to serve. Do you need 2 delegates for that?
2 delegates and 1 alternate.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and be delegate.
Martinez-Rubin. And are you good, Devin, with the alternate? Or did you want to pass that on?
No, I was actually hoping this was the third committee I was hoping to serve on. The rest I'm happy to step back from, or I mean, to serve as a delegate for.
Okay, so let's come back to that. We have 2 people that are interested in being a delegate, and I want to make sure that we have equitable representation on the committees. So we'll return to that one. Okay, Recycle More. We currently have Tave and Murphy. And I would something that I noted was that they meet on the 2nd Thursday of the month, and so does WestCat. And I think we should have a different alternate for either of those instead of the same alternate.
So I'd like to continue on Wickaba.
Okay.
I'd be interested in being alternate for that.
Okay, Martinez Rubin. Okay, any other thoughts?
I definitely would love to continue being an alternate on that. I don't need to be a delegate.
Okay, so let's return to that one and see if we can sort out the alternate one on that. WICTAC. Currently, we have Tave and Sasai.
Yeah, I'd like to continue.
As the delegate or the alternate?
The delegate, but I'm open.
Happy to serve as either delegate or alternate.
Okay, and is there one of you that has a better, who can make the meetings more than another?
So I think I can make the meetings. And I mean, we've kind of been working jointly on it, so I think that it's been working out okay. I don't know, Mayor Pro Tem, if you feel the same. Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, so keep that the same? Okay, WestCat, we have Sasai and Toms. I'm currently the chair, so I would like to stay on. Interested in staying on?
Yes, indeed.
And then the
Yes.
alternate?
Yes, please.
Okay, and then I would go back to my previous comment, that alternate, those meetings happen on the second Thursday of the month. Would you be willing to give up being an alternate to recycle more?
I think that's a flush choice. We don't, most of the time, it seems like council members are making either one, so I'd serve as alternate for either one for sure.
Right, but if there was ever, I don't know if there's ever been a need for,
It hasn't.
okay. Okay, we'll keep that. And then the next one that I have is Bayfront Chamber, Sasai.
Still interested in serving as delegate for that.
Okay. And the mayor's conference, that's going to be Toms and Sasai. And East Bay is the same, Toms and Sasai. West County mayors and supervisors, that's going to be Toms and Sasai. So the finance subcommittee is always the mayor. That's already set, who's going to be on that. Committee for memorials
I would
is-
like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to serve on the committee of memorials for this next year.
Okay, and Tave,
I'll step down.
you'll step down? Okay.
I'll go ahead and
Do that one? Okay, I'm happy to step down, so that's going to be Sasai and Martinez Rubin. And Municipal Code Ad Hoc Committee, I'm interested in staying on that.
I am too, but if somebody's interested, I'm being willing to entertain.
I'm interested in the Muni Code Subcommittee.
Okay, so Toms and Martinez Rubin?
Mm-hmm.
That's agreeable. Okay, Planning Commission Interview Ad Hoc Committee. Currently, it's Toms and Martinez Rubin. We haven't had to interview anybody since we have filled all the seats. I'm happy to stay on or step down.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay on.
Okay, so we'll keep that. Then TAPS Committee interview, Tave and Sasai. Interested in staying?
I'm happy to step down from that if others are interested.
I can stay on.
You can stay on. Is there anybody interested in stepping on that subcommittee? Councilmember Martinez Rubin or Councilmember Murphy?
We talking TAPS?
Yes, TAPS.
Sure.
Okay.
Let me meet the TAPS folks. They're pretty interesting.
Okay. And East Bay Wildfire Prevention and Vegetation Management, JPA. I'm currently serving on that. We have not closed the loop on that, so I'd like to stay involved, and Tave is the alternate. Do you want to stay as the alternate on that?
Sure.
Okay. Excitement.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
Okay.
I've never, just read the documents. That's about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Okay, the Technology and Communications Subcommittee, Murphy and Tave.
I'm happy to serve on that.
Thank you.
yeah, I'd like to stay on too.
Thank you. Okay. City Seal Ad Hoc. We have Sasai and Martinez Rubin.
We're just about wrapping that up, so I think we should stay through the duration.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, so the ones that I have us returning to is the wastewater subcommittee. We have Tave, Martinez Rubin, and Murphy all interested in being delegates. And then the other one is Recycle More, where Tave, Martinez Rubin, and Murphy are all interested in being delegates. If folks can take a look and, are you not a delegate on something that maybe you can step back from one of these, or perhaps there could be some agreement out of these two for somebody to volunteer to be an alternate for one and not the other? Okay, we have, that's the wastewater subcommittee, Tave, Martinez Rubin, and Murphy. All interested in being delegates.
Pardon me. I'd give that up as interested as delegate. I'm more interested in Recycle More as delegate.
Could that be a solution?
I think we should just vote on it if it's easier. I don't know.
Okay, for wastewater subcommittee, we have proposals for Tave, Martinez Rubin, and Murphy. So I'm gonna.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
You want me to make a motion?
Yeah.
I'll motion for myself and Councilmember Murphy to be on the committee for wastewater as the delegates.
Okay.
And Councilmember Martinez Rubin as the alternate.
I'll second that.
Okay. Can we get a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Yes.
And Mayor Toms.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. So do we have a motion for Recycle More?
I'll move to appoint Councilmember Tave as the delegate to Recycle More and myself as the alternate to Recycle More.
I'll second.
Okay, and can we get a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
No.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Yes.
And Mayor Toms.
No.
Motion carries.
And I just want to explain my no vote is that I really want to have more equitable distribution of these tasks, and it wasn't reflected there, I don't think. So with that, I think we have, unless I've missed anything, Madam City Clerk, I think we have a list.
I wanted to confirm for the municipal code ad hoc subcommittee, we had Tave and Toms.
And that was going to stay the same.
Okay.
And can we also clarify for Bayfront Chamber? I heard that Councilmember Sasai was interested, but I didn't know if we confirmed other folks' interest. Okay, just no one else was interested in Bayfront Chamber? Because I know we were talking about equity, so there's opportunity. I think he asked to step back, so if there's interest in that.
Is that something
I'm
that
happy
would
to step
interest
down.
you?
Okay.
No. Okay.
So no, okay.
Okay.
Totally fine.
And anything else that you might be missing?
I think with that, I have everything. Yes.
Then Mayor Toms, just one correction. So on further thought, I'd like to actually have the opportunity to serve on the Muni Code ad hoc subcommittee for this next year.
And I'm not interested in giving that one up.
I'll step down from it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Okay, so we have agreement there
Yeah.
that municipal code is going to be Tom's and Sasai.
Awesome.
Okay, with that, thank you. That was very efficient going through that. So the next item on the agenda is...
Mayor, can you just elaborate on the next steps for this, or the city clerk, if you can?
Yes.
Sure. So we will take all of the agreed assignments and put them into the same document, just formalize it with everyone listed in their new assignments. We'll bring it forward in January, and it'll go on consent for council's approval.
Yeah. Okay, with that, I should ask if there's any public comment.
We do have Cordell Hindler online.
Of course. Okay.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so good evening, Mayor Toms, Council. I am Cordell Handler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So I was looking at the slate of for subcommittees, and I think you pretty much covered that. So hopefully it gets voted on, so that way it can be put on the next agenda. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, if there's no other public comments, we'll move on to our second citizens to be heard. And do we have any
That's me.
speakers? Oh.
I raised my hand for a second public comment.
Okay, just 1 second, Mr. Hindler. We're going to take public comment in chambers.
Yes.
In person, we do have Maria Alegria.
Gria, I want to welcome the new mayor, Mayor Toms, Mayor Pro Tem Sasai, Council Member, always the mayor, Devin Murphy, Council Member Tave, and Council Member Martinez Rubin to the new leadership team for 2024. I really wanted to thank Chief Gang, as I know him, but also the interim city attorney. I think with the new leadership team and the vision that you all have together, and have now a interim city manager who's going to implement that vision of yours. He's just done a phenomenal job as a chief of police. He's raised the bar to really make community about public safety and the service to community through our public safety employees. And I have, just Facebook, social media, just seeing, how children are interacting with our police, and it's really under your leadership, Mayor Murphy, that, that kind of we elevated that. And it just warms my heart to see that and feel not only safe in my community, but also welcoming. Because, police have gotten a bad rap, but in Pinole, we have elevated what service is about. So I really want to thank the chief for that and look forward to your leadership as our interim city manager. And also, I'm really excited about 2024, moving forward with the vision that you all have put together as a team. And you can always count on my support. And I'm so proud to be living in Pinole. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Any other comments in the chambers? Okay, let's go online.
Okay, we will go back to Cordell Hindler.
Yes. Can you hear me now, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Toms, Council. My name is Cordell Handler, and I am a very angry Richmond resident. So I have three things to say. So number one, when I was watching that last council meeting, I was very appalled that the behavior of elected officials, disagreeing about some particular matters. I was very disappointed because I listened to it and I was like, I never get a chance to say what I was going to say last month because of time constraints. That being said, every time when Mr. Anthony calls in to address some key points, his time has elapsed. So hopefully and I have spoken with other mayors in West County, they do allow the public, like the individual, to finish their comments. So hopefully by 2024 that the council will conduct themselves, like in a decorum. That's one. And then second of that is because I also, when I was watching that meeting, I was like, as Maria Alegria pointed out, she raised her hand to speak. She wanted to speak on the two items that was on the agenda, and nobody did not acknowledge her. So hopefully that in the future that you ought to listen to your constituents because they're the ones that have voted for you. 3 is let's see, the third item I was going to bring forward as a future agenda is that when Mr. Anthony brought up he brought some items forward to you. So hopefully that staff can follow up with him, because I've been to Fernandez Park a couple of times, and the conditions that I have seen is not up to expectations. So hopefully that the council will direct staff to follow up on that matter. And then also is the other item that he brought forward was safety along that inside of the Trader Joe's shopping center. I have not seen no progress because of the incident that had occurred back in the summertime. And so hopefully that these items that Mr. Anthony has brought forward will be coming to the city council in January. So with that, Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad, and I will see you all in 2024.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, that moves.
Yes, sorry. We do. We have a telephone caller. Last 4 numbers 5748.
Good evening, Mr. Vosbrink.
Sir, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Sir, we're not able to hear you. Are you able to turn down?
I'm sorry, I have to check something here.
Okay, PCTV, can you start the clock over? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'd like to address a few basic public health and safety issues that would involve the city of Pinole. A lot of it has to do maybe with public works and another department or two that results in diminishing the quality of life for not only the public, that is the citizens of Pinole, but its visitors, as well as the businesses in Pinole that they want to attract, to drive revenue and taxes, so they don't have to lay it all on the individual taxpayers to develop a better business environment in our city, up and down Old Town as well as Pinole Valley Road. And right now we have a major problem at Fitzgerald Drive. If you just look at the police blotter, and I've suggested this before, but nobody wanted to step up to the plate to address it. They want to either look the other way or pass the buck to, the next city council for the next year or the next mayor or what have you. But if you check the police blotter, I talked to several of the different officers in the police department. We have major problems up and down with crime and safety, and we don't want it to turn into another San Francisco or Oakland, or for that matter, San Jose, because we're trying to maintain the health and safety of our citizens and to protect the businesses. And that's why I asked for consideration for a satellite station to be placed up on Fitzgerald Drive, even though you probably missed the retail theft crime grant with the state of California that San Ramon got for close to $6 or $7 million. That would have helped. But to put a satellite police station up there for a 4 to 6 month trial to see if you can reduce
Sir, you have 45
crime
seconds.
and theft in that retail corridor, as well as the carryover to other parts of the city. And can you give us an update on the caretaker's house status that Ms. Ruben Martinez, Councilwoman, asked for? And several people have several meetings ago, and they said they would discuss the status of the caretaker property, which involves about 1.5 acres, as well as the 12 or more garbage cans in and around Adobe Road, the Adobe Dog Park and the barbecue grove that were supposed to be replaced under the direction of Tamara Miller and Mayor Michelle Fitzer.
Mayor, there are no more public
Okay,
comments.
thank you, Mr. Vosbrink. Okay, with that, we will adjourn the meeting.
I thought there was one more comment by Mr. Hindler. We went to the. Did he?
He spoke.
Okay.
Yeah, he did come back. Okay, with that, we will adjourn to the regular city council meeting of January 16th, 2024, in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. And I want to wish everyone a very happy holiday season, Christmas, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, and Happy New Year. So.